Hello, welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Howdy, howdy. Audio is working? Yes, good. All right. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, sorry, never get that. Rachel, Stephen. Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome to the stream. So we're going to be working on art today, obviously. And we are working on a backdrop for the brand new area that we're working on. I'm still going to be a little bit kind of like not too revealing about details. I'm sure that you'll get to pick Dave's brain about it. That'll be fun. Um, but yeah, for now I'm just going to be doing some cool looking art, make it look neat. No mice today, but soon. We've been working on concepts for them. Really loving the directions that we're going with that. It's gonna be so much fun. Today we're working on a HUD and not kind of like interface kind of layouts and stuff like that. We're actually gonna be working on a very pretty backdrop for the one of the kind of like sections of the gameplay. So it should be pretty fun. Liz actually took point on kind of like designing a lot of the kind of the HUD and interface and kind of like the interactions. And there's just a lot to it. So we actually ended up breaking up the actual kind of like breakdown of all the interfaces. So I'm going to be working on one of them. Liz obviously has kind of been working on kind of like one of the major ones for a good while, and it looks incredible. I think you guys will love it. And then Kelly and Lauren are also working on kind of aspects of it, which are looking incredible. So it should be really neat. It's going to be kind of simple-ish what we're doing today, but it should look neat. I think people will like it. Yeah, I'm sure you don't mind spoilers. I enjoy sharing them when I can, but it's always pertinent to kind of like be cautious about what gets spoiled in case it's kind of one of those elements where um, things can change still. Like we're still kind of developing the area and testing and tweaking, and so I don't want to kind of like be like this is exactly what you'll get, because that can be incorrect in time. Hello everyone else. Kaim, Pokey, Ronan, Sunny, Eileen, hello. Also, happy birthday, MouseHunt. 14 years. That's just absolutely stunning. And, I'm incredibly lucky to be able to work with the team I do and continue to work on this awesome project, which people really genuinely love. And so, thank you everyone that supports us and is a part of the project. And I enjoy our time that we get to have every other week, and I hope to do it another 14 years. Exactly. Yeah, it's incredible. Like 14 years is just unheard of in this space, really. There are very few projects that actually have that kind of longevity, and the incredible truth is that like we continue to grow and increase in potential, and um, it just gets better and better if you ask me. I hope you all feel the same about that. And honestly, so many of you have actually been around for most of that, which is amazing. It's truly, truly something that in when I'm at the end of my life, I'll be able to like look back and be like, this was really meaningful to who I am, and I feel like it meant a lot to a lot of other people. So I hope it's a journey that we all get to continue together for a very long time, because it's super fun. Some people ask me like, how do you like draw kind of like this one, like you work on this one project for this whole time? How is that fulfilling for you? And it's just, I don't know, like I literally, it's a part of who I am, and I love it. I'm passionate about it, and it's really, really special. So yeah, 14 years. Here's to another 14 for sure. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, soon MouseHunt's going to be able to drive, and then we're all going to have to really worry. Yeah, get its license. Still playing after a full decade, yeah. Who like what other projects do that? Like I suppose that there's a few, but as kind of like a smaller indie kind of place, it's near impossible. Oh my gosh. In 14 more years, it will be 2036. My brain. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if I were to like go, if we continued on that journey, which I really do hope we do, like I don't know, like that's like around the time when like some people incredibly back when the economy made that possible could like retire at those ages. You know, it's just like wow. Anyways, I don't think I'll be retiring in that amount of time, but I do hope that I'll continue to work on this and it'll be even cooler and crazier than it is now. But let's just hop into art now. So this is actually a mock-up that Liz had created for the area that we're going to be working on today. And it's kind of like a multi kind of stage kind of area. I'll reveal enough with that, I suppose. And so this is kind of like a portion of the gameplay where you come and interact with something here. I would dare say it is a book. A book. Yeah, and so basically today the goal is we're gonna kind of illustrate this scene, um, and I really love kind of the lighting concept that was kind of really quickly kind of put together just to give this example of what she saw for what this area kind of like provided as a feeling. So I'm going to try and kind of capture that and create this scene um, and just kind of detail it out. So we can just basically get started on it, to be honest. I don't think there's going to be much we can really kind of discuss so much in the chat, but by all means, you know, like share your thoughts and kind of ideas, and I'll try and keep an eye on the chat and incorporate. What's pretty interesting is I don't know how talkative I'll be today. Probably still just as talkative as ever, but literally like this entire week has been me being in like meetings and discussions and just kind of stuff like that. So I've just been like on calls all week. So I'm just like might as well just continue that trend today and just chat to the void. Although it's not the void, I see you all here. Let's see. So this is kind of the dimensions that I'm going to try to work to. So of course, you know, when laying out stuff, we need to kind of design it for browser and mobile at the same time, which have very different dimensions. Obviously, browser, we are very horizontally biased. You know, the HUDs are very thin strips below your kind of main kind of interaction HUD, and then you have your journal and trap below that. On mobile, it's obviously vertical because the way that you know our app is on the phone, you kind of hold it up, it's this vertical space. So trying to kind of like design this backdrop, it's going to be used in both spaces, but essentially the concept will be, of course, that you know like it can kind of like slice down into a more vertically appropriate space, and anything that would be out at the sides on the left and right for browser could be kind of you know sliced down below the fold. So you know if there's kind of like some kind of interaction here, that gets placed down here and kind of repurposed a little bit and designed for that space. Because as nice as it can be to try and kind of make singular assets that are perfectly suited to both spaces, that's not always the realistic thing that's possible. So for this one, for other interfaces, the backdrop we've designed to be a little taller, from kind of like what you would see here on browser, because maybe we want to have like a little more visual revealed here, where we can kind of like slap on a little thing just there. And it works for kind of like certain mechanics, and for this one I think we're just going to be taking a more narrow slice. So unfortunately, kind of like some of the detail out to the sides might not exist on the mobile version. However, at the same time, there's a good chance that a lot of this will be kind of just covered up on browser regardless. So, you know, we'll put in the detail, we'll put in the time and render it nicely just in case it gets used in any way. But yeah, we don't need to necessarily kind of like paint every leaf and kind of like branch and make it all absolutely perfect. But knowing how I like to work, I'll put in that extra kind of useless effort that no one will get to see aside from you all, the stream. So yeah, that's my preamble. I would say let's just kind of jump into it. So the best way to go forward with this is honestly like what Liz has kind of like whipped up is pretty perfect for a starting point to just kind of like paint directly over top of. And I'm thinking what we'll do is break it up into multiple layers that we can kind of manipulate and tweak, and just kind of build it up in stages. So a good way to start is probably with the actual full backdrop foliage, and then kind of like put that pedestal on the next layer above that, or a few layers above anyways, but have that separated out in case we want to move and shift and tweak, and then like the book on top of that, and like it's so well composed already that it's like most of that work is kind of like figured out. So it feels weird because I'm like coming into this where like I don't need to kind of figure out a lot of stuff. I just get to render it, and it's pretty nice, but also kind of weird at the same time. So I'm thinking we have kind of this frame that Lauren's been resolving, and because of the nature of this kind of foresty area, we're ending up kind of in a lot of the same kind of color space, and the values are reaching a point where they can be a little bit risky in terms of kind of like blending together too much. So this is exciting. A lot of you know that I'm working in Clip Studio Paint now. And one of the issues I had converting to Clip Studio from Photoshop, sorry, I'm just jumping all over the place. I told you I'm going to ramble a lot today because I've just been talking all week. One of the things that I really missed about Photoshop was that I had the ability to just like hit a hotkey and change the color profile to kind of like look at it in different kind of color schemes. And the one that I had it set up to was looking at it in grayscale, so that I can just look at the values of the piece at the time. And the way that I'd figured out how to kind of get that capability in Clip Studio was to kind of like build an action list where it would generate a layer at the top of the file, set that to like pure gray, and then turn it into like a hue layer, so it kind of like strips out all the colors. And it was okay, it wasn't perfect, and so it'd kind of like be a good enough facsimile of like what the colors values are to kind of give me an idea of like, okay, these look like they're blending a bit. Like if you kind of like lean back and squint, you start to lose the edge between kind of the top frame and what should be a background, right? They like bleed together and get lost. And like even kind of like some of these edge details, if you just kind of squint, they can kind of like, you know, blend together a little too easily. So the risk is that when that happens, you start to kind of lose that clarity of the image. Like, so the frame at the bottom is nicely distinct from it. It pops out, you know, it's really visible. Same with the top right here. But yeah, like the edges here, because of the background color that I'm starting with, they're too close. And it can get a little muddy and messy. So it's always good to be able to check your art with that capability. But I finally figured out a way to kind of set up custom profiles, so I don't need to use this layer specifically, this added layer, because what happens is it does not translate the colors values perfectly, and then if I want to like grab a color and paint on a layer, it actually is just grabbing gray because it turns the whole scene gray. So getting rid of this layer, no longer have that version of kind of previewing it by, you know, creating a layer that turns it all gray. I actually figured out, I found a ICC profile which is for converting colors into grayscale, and what that lets me do is it previews the color. Like I can tell this same way it worked in Photoshop, boom, to just kind of like show me this as if I was emulating it through a different kind of color profile. And right now I'm emulating it through a grayscale kind of system. So now what that means is I can still grab colors, I can paint colors, and it's the actual true color of those pixels without this kind of like emulation of the grayscale. Also, it is more accurate to the values. You can see that it's fairly close. It's closer than the grayscale trick that I was doing before. It's a lot faster too. It's like a single hotkey. I don't need to like worry about messing up the colors by grabbing it and painting and forgetting that I'm kind of doing that. So tangent aside, that's huge for me. It's a game changer. That was one of the big things that made me like miss Photoshop, was just having that ease of checking values, and I got that back. Got that back, baby. And now Clip Studio has a way better liquify tool. That's exciting. And normally I reserve Photoshop for doing layouts and HUDs and stuff like that because it has tools like slicing, smart files where you can kind of import an asset and it automatically updates that. I did recently, yesterday I believe, figure out how to do the importing of files so that if there's like basically this outer frame. I'm sorry, I'm going to be rambling today. I apologize. This outer frame that Lauren created here, that is basically an asset that I'm not in control of and Lauren is creating. So basically anytime she does an update to this file, I can just kind of like make sure that I have the latest version saved. And when I'm working in this file, it will update itself to that version. So it's literally imported that as a smart file on top. So that's a huge thing as well for doing layouts and graphic design stuff. One of the other reasons why I was kind of like hanging on to Photoshop. And then, yeah, finally, I just need to figure out how to do the slicing and exporting to the same degree that I have with Photoshop. And if I can do that, which I think is possible, I basically have no need for Photoshop anymore. Aside from that's what the rest of my team uses, and so I'm still going to be using it at times. But yeah, I'm very excited that I've figured out finally how to get that working. But yeah, as you can see, it may not be absolutely perfect, but neither was kind of Photoshop's. This is certainly good enough for what I needed to do, though. But yeah, looking at the grayscale, we're just going to jump in. And so we have this kind of green back here, and I'm worried that it's too similar to this kind of like frame up here. And instead of requiring Lauren to kind of go and adjust this for this one scene when it might work really well in other scenes, I'm going to obviously just kind of change the contrast on my end to kind of like really account for that. So honestly, just kind of deepening up here is enough to kind of just create that separation, that distinction. Now, another thing that is pretty great about Clip Studio is it has like some pretty decent material brushes, which I don't know enough about and would be incredibly valuable for what I'm going to be working on today, because you can create like, I mean, you can do it in Photoshop too, but I feel like Clip Studio actually has an even better system for it, where you can create like leaf brushes and stuff like that to paint leaves and branches and plants and stuff. So I'm probably going to need to mess around a bit with that today. Hopefully we'll kind of like make that work well. But that's something to kind of probably experiment with today. Because obviously that seems like something that would be quite handy for a scene like this. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is we should maybe like just copy the book onto a new layer. So I'm gonna just kind of copy that above, and then we'll copy the pedestal onto another layer as well. All right, and that's gonna go above the backdrop. So these will just be kind of the placeholders for those elements. And I'm going to actually drop their opacity down. Because what I'm going to want to do is, while I'm working on this layer, for example, I'm going to want to just kind of like do the whole kind of backdrop without, as if the pedestal and the book weren't there, so that later on I can do, well, maybe I don't want to lower their opacity yet. Later on I can come in and kind of like do those as different layers on top. But by just kind of copying them from the sketch, it'll let me kind of figure that out easier when it comes time anyways to add those back in. So for now, it'll be easier to understand if I just kind of block this in real quick. So let's just use the flat brush. I like this flat brush to just kind of blocking in textury stuff. Yeah, if I kind of knock out the stuff I'm not going to do on this layer, it'll kind of make it easier to go forward. So do that. Just kind of big smudgy brush strokes to just kind of really quickly block in stuff. And I'll even just kind of knock out these kind of like guidelines to, I think these were kind of like put in place to show like, oh, this is where the edge of the kind of mobile slice could be. Also kind of like it's kind of a third of the scene, so you know, composition wise this is kind of a noteworthy point, but I think we're kind of like aware of the overall layout now, so we don't need that. Okay. So we have kind of like this leafy nook, if you will. Oops, I just deleted that layer. Not what I wanted. It's an accidental button press that is very bad to do. So I like the light kind of filling the space in up to kind of this the ribbon up here. I like kind of like the little leafy details being lost in the kind of like the warm glow there. So I want to kind of maybe bring that out. All right, so now if I kind of pop these layers on top, you can see kind of like what they kind of represent and how they'll work. So now I can just come in here and just kind of clean up those edges, just so that when I like start to use these, they're not gonna interfere too much with the stuff we've kind of designed behind. And I'm not too worried about kind of destroying the information by directly erasing on these layers here, because I do still have the kind of original sketch back here if I need to kind of pull that information back in. The quill itself, I'm not certain if that's going to be a kind of thing that can be kind of its own. I imagine it might, in fact, be like an interact, like maybe it'll kind of like wiggle or move or something like that. That could be kind of neat. I know that Andrew's been more interested in kind of like having more of that kind of like life in a scene. Of course, we also don't want to make some kind of like irritating looping animation or anything. So, but I am going to make that as a separate layer, just in case we want to kind of like have there be ability to like, I don't know, change the look of the quill or something. Who knows? Instead of it being one flat illustration, anyways. So now, if I come in here and I kind of paint it as if it's just this pedestal, right? Get rid of these lines. This will be kind of neat. Like, we can kind of decide what kind of material this is. It's maybe implied that it's some kind of like stone or something like that. There's this really nice place nearby where I live. Not super near, but it's like within, you know, a public transport distance. It's like the Scarborough Bluffs kind of area, east of where I am, and in there was kind of like this really beautiful garden of statues and like Romanesque architecture, and it's like sandstone and concretes and stuff, but it's like very beautiful, like tucked away in a forest kind of feeling. A lot of people go and like get wedding photos taken there and stuff like that, because it's like it's perfect for doing photo shoots and stuff like that for this kind of, you know, serene and beautiful kind of architecture. And so I'm kind of thinking like maybe it'll have that kind of feel of like this kind of like hidden in a forest pillar that kind of like has moss growing and kind of just, you know, is interacting with shadows and light in very interesting ways. So now we have kind of like the backdrop. Let's just kind of wipe that out there. We have the pedestal loosely kind of implied here, right? And then we'll have the book on top. And so now these are more easily broken down into like, I can manipulate these layers however I want, right? And I can work on them individually. So that makes that easier to do now. Let's see. What shall we do? I'm thinking we're probably going to play with foliage. And we should, let's try to figure out some of these crazy brushes. I've not ever like really set aside the time. So why not do it live where I can just be like, I have no idea what I'm doing. duration is important. Okay. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to block it in here, just hide that to preserve it. I'm just going to merge this down. I don't care. This is my backdrop now. I'm even going to, it doesn't matter to lock the transparencies there. I'm just going to ramble at myself. Maybe use some of these plants here as inspiration. Okay, but first, I should probably look at it with the mobile frame as well, just to see if that is going to work. So if I turn on the book here, I'm actually going to block that out fully. So this is filling the space quite a bit. I might zoom it back a bit to kind of like show more of the theater frame, and I think that would look best. So it'll be interesting to kind of export with the intention of making this file work for browser and mobile. I'm having to work it a little bigger than I normally might, just to make sure I have the space to kind of blow it up or shrink it and crop it how I need to. Thankfully, with this stage of it, there's no kind of like layout challenges where other interfaces, when you're doing stuff like, oh, there's buttons up here and like overlays that need to kind of like have your cheese and resources and stuff like that kind of balanced out. Sometimes there needs to be like stuff that lines up pixel perfect. Like for example, the birthday event that's on right now, it has the 4 rooms, and those are bumping up against each other. A lot of the kind of stuff along the sides and bottom are overlapped in ways where when it's exported weirdly, if the sizing is off, you get like little kind of like pixel jitters that happen. You probably notice those when you like mouse over something, you activate something, it kind of shifts weirdly. That's such an interesting and annoying challenge where when you try and just make something that works for both browser and mobile, you can really get caught in a bind because the exports are very different at times. I know for the birthday event, I had to kind of do 2 different interfaces, and that happens a lot. But yeah, so for this case, because what I'm working on today is literally just an illustration and it's not needing to like line up perfectly with stuff, I'm not as concerned with having to have it be kind of like perfect dimensions, which is funny because I was talking to the art team about like, oh, we got to scale these so that they multiply perfectly so that things are really easy to export. But yeah, because of the export for mobile and it needing to be kind of like a cleaned up slice that kind of fits, it's a little awkward. That's something that I'm not worried about having to get the layout perfect right at this moment with you, because it's something that like once I know kind of like, yeah, this is kind of like the dimension that I think will work perfect, like right here kind of thing. You know, this is what I want it to be, let's say. I'll be able to figure out exactly how that export's going to work and just set up the files to do that. And it's a little bit unique to each kind of area. So like different parts of the kind of this region will probably have to be handled slightly differently each. But yeah, so I mean, it will be good to know kind of like what the frame should show so that I can make sure that when I render this, it's going to have enough kind of like value to kind of enclose it the way that I want it to. For the most part, I really am trying to take on the lens of designing for mobile first, because a lot of users use mobile, and honestly, a lot of the time it is kind of like an afterthought for design, and it's suffered at times because of that. There's certainly a lot of areas in mobile where we've kind of like looked through and been like, what have we done we made this kind of interaction or this interface just not even close to what it should be, and that's just like a total disservice to the player. So I'm gonna be definitely trying to kind of determine early on, like, oh, this is what the crop for mobile will look like, so that when I'm kind of doing this render, um, I'll kind of like know, okay, yeah, I got to make sure that the shadows kind of encroach just right here and there, etc. Um, Rambling, I'm good at it, maybe. Well, I do it a lot. It just happens. Maybe not good at it, but it's what you'll get. So buckle up, I guess. I don't know. You're welcome. Okay, just kind of fill in that backdrop. Makes it easier to look at, I guess. I'm not sure how long we'll go today for streaming. I actually think it could go all day potentially, but it might end up just kind of being like Jacob's quiet and rendering, just focused and making art. And I don't know. I'm sure that some people prefer that anyways. To me, just like talking and nothing happening forever. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Just gonna done some changes that I want to preserve. And what I've told you we're gonna do is maybe try experimenting with some texture brushes. Now the question is, how do I even find those anymore? I've thrown a lot out, basically. Like when I first opened Clip Studio Paint, it's like, hey, look at all these millions of different features, all of them open at the same time, and completely overwhelming you. And so I had to basically hide all of them because it was just like, I can't parse what's going on. I just want to be able to paint. I don't need weird manga brushes and like zippers and buildings and stuff. So I kind of like tucked all that out of the way so I could see what I was doing. Okay, so we have stuff. How do these work? I have no idea. Do I even have that selected as a brush? No. Are these brushes? Are they some kind of stencil? How do I use you, flower? Okay, so it's brush. Sure. Do I need to use, oh, what's this? Decoration? Plum. Woo, that's neat. So I remember playing around with this stuff, being like, that's super cool that it can do these things. Oh, I wonder if, yeah, that's how that works. Interesting. Okay. Neat. That's pretty cool. So the secondary color is kind of like what, oh, those are just specific colors. What the fill is on some of those brushes. Cool. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to kind of understand what's going on here. Yeah, I just forgot that there's a decoration button. That's the thing I was missing. How to get to those. So we got, ooh, dappled light. Oh, that's nice. I can definitely use that. I might even add that to my like fancy cool stuff. Dappled light. Here, you go down. Can I move you? There we go. Boop. Okay, I can use that. Yeah, you can make your own brushes. I have made my own brushes. Honestly, Photoshop versus Clip Studio Paint. Like, Clip Studio Paint has some incredible customization when it comes to making brushes. Like I thought Photoshop was good, but like Clip Studios is even crazier. So ooh, glitter. That's actually pretty good glitter. Like it looks like I just dumped out a jar of glitter. Are we just gonna play with shapes all day? Is that our fate? Soft. See, like this, if I switched it to like a light color, that's not good enough. It needs more color in that. But like that, but then if it was like a glow, got some nice kind of motes of magic. I'm kind of painting off where my frame is covering it, so you can't really see. Oh yeah, I'm like interacting in a menu that is totally out of view for you. I just realized because like all the palettes on the left and stuff, it's just like there's the history and other ones I don't ever use, and that's where this was hidden. So let's actually kind of look at these where we can both see them. So we got like cool stuff like hatching and gauze. Oh, that's kind of neat actually. Ooh, I could use that. Not for here, but that's neat. Dag nabbit, you guys. I'm adding a bunch of these. They're pretty good. Diagonal lines. You know, if you need to like comb a desert there. Some hatching. Obviously, these aren't so useful for foliage, but now I'm just going to be experimenting because it's kind of fun. That's actually a pretty good kind of texture build-up here. It's interesting. I like the name for this one. It's friction. That could actually be good for weathering something. I like that. Fascinating. Some clever brush designs here. I'm keeping that one too. Soft sand, you say. Curious. The way that builds up isn't bad either. But yeah, you can really customize your brushes in here. Like again, there's like look at like everything that's happening with that. That's pretty interesting. And what's pretty cool is a lot of these can be used as vector lines, so you can actually like draw a ribbon of something and then come back later and like adjust the thickness and kind of shape. Whereas like normally I'm used to working with here like exactly what I'm talking about. Well, it doesn't help that I'm on a glow layer, but you can kind of create these patterns. And if I was doing it as a raster, or sorry, a vector layer, you can kind of like reshape these things after the fact, which is pretty cool. Some trim there. Gold chain. Yeah. That's great. Some zippers. This one even has like course correcting to make it smoother. That's neat. All right. So I'm like avoiding going where I need to, which is like nature, vegetation, flowers. Caution, keep out. There you go. That's neat. Okay. So anyways, this is the kind of like stuff that is pretty unique and interesting that Photoshop might be able to do, but I haven't really kind of seen it on that level. So that's neat. Oh, that's pretty good crack. Oh, I like that. Cool. I'm keeping that. Be good for just kind of like really kind of quickly getting a loose like, yep, that looks like it's real enough, and then rendering into that to kind of like make it my own. That's neat. Not bad. Not bad. All right, I'm gonna be stealing a bunch of these. Okay, so we got Flowers. Let's look in flowers. I don't want any of those. Vegetation. This is probably where some of the stuff is going to be. Trees, no. Ginkgo leaf. Those look cool, but probably not what I want. Husky leaves. These could be useful. Foliage in general, yes. I'm definitely going to be using this at some point. Yeah. Welcome to Jacob's Playtime Prime Time. The cracks do look like lightning. That's actually how I think of when I've rendered lightning. It's kind of like using that concept. That's cool how it like you can use two colors at once to do stuff with this. Neat. Okay. Grass is kind of neat. I don't know if we'll use that. Look at the variety in this. That's crazy. Look at this. Ridiculous. Like boom. Boom. Are we done? Not at all. But that's kind of neat. You know, just that easy. Not what I'll go with, but like that's pretty cool. Also like little grass tufts for just blocking in that texture. Brilliant. Didn't mean to move that there. Yeah, trees, no. Yeah, like I think this I'm going to kind of use. Probably don't want to be an add layer for that. But like just to kind of block this in, that's maybe not bad. Although that's more contrast than I'm interested in at the moment. So I can even just kind of make the particle size bigger. And I don't want it to be quite so scattered. Yeah, that works better if I shrink the brush down. Because what's interesting is the controls for the actual like thing that gets placed isn't changed by how big the brush is, right? Like that just kind of controls the grouping of it. So if I have a massive brush, it's just going to be jumping all over the place, right? So that's an interesting difference from what I'm used to being able to have as my controls. But then the particle size is what actually changes how big these elements are. So yeah, it's been weird kind of like figuring out how to use that correctly and control that, but it's a pretty cool thing that it can do. So, all right, let's hide these. I don't want to rely too heavily on this tool, but at the same time, you know, being aware of like what capability it gives me is definitely important. So like it's a fine thing to kind of like build off of, I think. Yeah, I don't want that tier of contrast there. And it's also like interesting because it's quite random. You know, like you can only control it so much, so you can end up with happy accidents, which are really a great thing to try and you know, get in your work. Go down to like a smaller size here, right? And you know, do we want this to feel like you're inside a bush that's closing in on you? I don't think so. Like this right now, it feels like I'm in this weird kind of tunnel and there's just branches closing in on me. That's probably not the feeling we want. We want it to be this glade, this beautiful kind of like, you know, sun is kind of like coming through and kind of reaching this beautiful pedestal with this pretty book on the top. So I think that kind of like having really kind of clean edged leaves and kind of branches all over the place, like that's not quite the quality. So it's a fun base to start with, I'll say, but let's kind of go back to hand kind of painting a lot of this. Again, if we look at kind of the grayscale, we need to kind of remind ourselves like what is the kind of like the value structure we want. So what we should do is look at kind of jumping ahead to the pedestal, for example. I'm going to create a clipping mask for the pedestal itself, and this one's going to be a brightness layer. So all I'm doing is playing with the value of the pixels. I'm not changing color or anything. But this will let me kind of like, you know, just darken down where I think things might want to be to kind of like really convey the quality of light. You know, because I want to draw the player in, you know, I want them to be like, oh, what is this kind of beautiful, serene, kind of, you know, enchanting looking table thing. So, you know, the lighting does so much of that. Also, like, I want to make sure that the perspective on this makes sense too. We are kind of coming at this from a pretty low angle, and where this bottom portion crops needs to kind of be a bit careful, because like if it's just literally touching the bottom frame, that gets a little awkward feeling. So I'm going to raise that up. I'm going to thin it out a little, perhaps. And then we kind of lose the sides, but I actually think that those can kind of like be nice to read a bit. So either we brighten the edges like that, which might be too strong, although I think overall we can lighten this up a bit. Or we darken the backdrop, which I think is the play. Kind of grabbing this, and notice I grabbed a color up here, but it is actually a color. It's not the gray that it appeared to be. So that's nice that it works like that. So I'm going to just knock that back and see how by just kind of blending some of these harder edges down, they just fade into the backdrop more, which is wonderful. So this is also very saturated, which I think is an okay quality to have. It makes it very kind of like fantasy, fantastical, high kind of like interest and kind of surreal almost. But at the same time, if it's all super saturated and intense, I think that actually can kind of like undo that quality. So I want to desaturate in parts. So what I think I'll try is making a saturation layer. And let's just kind of like go quite a bit more gray, and then kind of like at the very edges kind of pull that back. Maybe maybe do the same for the pillar here. Just kind of knock some of that out. Plus, I think if it's going to be almost like this stone, kind of cement stone thing, having it be kind of like the more neutral palette makes a lot of sense, obviously. But yeah, so I think even back here, we want to kind of tone it down just a little here and there. And I think what really will make this kind of, you know, foresty glade work well is like having kind of like an overall tone hit correctly, and then just the smallest details here and there that like really kind of just make it pop where we want it. Like ultimately, I'm kind of like, are we even close to what it could be? Like I kind of like the chunkier leaf feeling that this kind of scribble has, the big kind of clumpy leaves. Whereas this just feels too encroaching, like the jungle's closing in. Whereas this is kind of more open and kind of, I don't know. I think that, yeah, we just need to have a couple of bigger shapes breaking up this kind of the shape language, because these are like such small little kind of like, you know, like little fingers reaching out. Like if you've ever been inside of like underneath a willow tree, there's just like vines and leaves, and they're all grabbing at you. And that's kind of this feeling that I'm getting from it being so clustered like that. So I just want to bust up that shape. So I like the flat brush. I like it being kind of like a bit chunkier. It's just kind of, I think I might just merge stuff. Nope, I didn't want it to merge in that way. Just go. We'll do the kind of Jacob practice of like, let's not worry too much, and let's just kind of roll with it. Just paint over it all, keep painting and push and pull. Eventually it'll kind of find where it needs to be. So I'm going to leave a few kind of these kind of nice leaves that are clearly defined, but overall I'm going to try and knock most of it back. And try and just kind of like use less detailed brushes to kind of imply what's going on with the foliage. Yeah, I definitely like this flat brush for this kind of thing. And the nice thing is I have this set up where the controls I have are able to kind of easily change the angles of kind of like how this brush is kind of set up. I can also make it so that it literally actually works off of the direction of the pen or the pen tilt, which, you know, maybe pen tilt is the one I want. Let's try that. Is this working? Doesn't seem to be working. I never really mess with those aspects of the painting programs, but they're like, you know, literally designed to do this kind of thing, so I should probably try to use those. Would make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm often opposed to just kind of like using brushes that can just like paint all the leaves for me. I want to go in and just kind of imply them myself. Make those happy little trees. My own hand, I suppose. Not that I think it's invalid to like use tools like this at all. I think it's genius. I just don't feel like I get the control I want, I suppose. But I think that's kind of how they're intended to be used anyways. Like, you kind of like block it in early with that stuff and then come back and kind of like clean it up for yourself, right? So I don't think, you know, they're necessarily intended to be kind of like, oh, you can just use this and you're done. That's it. Okay, I should probably have the pillar just so I know what's going to be thrown out anyways. And you know, like I think we'll want to like have some visual kind of interest throughout, where you know you have kind of like obviously little kind of gaps between these plants where maybe like there's a little mouse eyes or something. You know, we could do that. Just gonna darken that down there. Did you get spooked by something, Wash? Hey, buddy. Do you want to say hello? You and your cone? So Wash had a little accident last week. Oh boy. Wash, say hi. Wash. He, poor little guy. He got his cheek caught on my bike pedal, and unfortunately, you know, because I commute around in the city, it's nice to not have like a bike with kind of like the click-in shoes style, right? It's a little more convenient for commuting. So I have pretty decent bike pedals that I equipped on my bike that literally have spikes built into them, so that like whatever footwear I'm using, they just kind of like are nice and secure. Unfortunately, my poor boy, he got his cheek caught on that and did a number on his wrinkles. So we had to like go to Emerge on Friday night to get it stitched up and cleaned. So he's gonna be wearing his cone for another week still, but he's gotten kind of like antibiotics and painkillers and all that goodness. So he's doing great. Total, like he didn't even notice, which is ridiculous because it was kind of gnarly. But yeah, I was at the emergency vet until 7 in the morning because the obviously like my normal vet was closed because it was late at night when we noticed that happen. And then the emergency vet that's close by was overwhelmed with like stuff going on, so we had to go to a different one. Yeah, and so yeah, it was a lot. And then the next night, you know, I got back at basically 7:30 in the morning with him, and then you know tried to get some rest, and then kind of you know couldn't just sleep through the day, so I didn't get much sleep that day. And then that night on Saturday night there was like a storm, and so my poor boy is like so anxious with storms that he kept me up all night. And I was just keeping him company while he was hiding in the bathtub with his cone on and shivering and stressed. So yeah, that weekend I did not get much sleep. Thankfully, he's totally like doing great. It's healing wonderfully, by the way. We'll have the stitches taken out in a week, and yeah, he's doing good. I know a lot of people that I've kind of informed that happened. They were very concerned, but he's great. He's doing fine. I think the worst part for him is that he's not allowed to roughhouse right now, and he loves kind of like running around, playing tug with sticks and wanting to wrestle with other dogs, and he's just not allowed. Not allowed. But poor boy, it's very sad for him. But yeah, he's doing great. So yeah, thank you. He is fine. And I figured I'd kind of show off his latest fashion. The beautiful cone. Nice plastic cone. Very good at just scraping up your shins when he gets very excited, and smashes into your heels with it. Also very funny when there's like piles of snow, and he's like one of those dogs that just like his world is smelling things and just like getting his face right into stuff. And with the cone kind of like being this barrier, he like literally becomes this like his face is just a shovel, and like because of the warm weather we've had, it's been very kind of like loose earth and muddy. So he like shoves the cone into the ground and like lifts it up, and there's just like a hunk of gross mud like on that. And so every single time he comes in, I need to take it off and wash it down and then put it back on him and stuff. But he's shovelhead right now, just going around, just ripping up stuff, and like the snowbanks are kind of like an interesting challenge for him. It's quite amusing. Okay. So, you know, we're kind of undoing a lot of the. Oh, here I am, like painting away. I'm like, yeah, like let's look at this. Oops. So, you know, like I kind of whipped up the some texture using those fancy brushes, but I'm just like, it's not exactly what I want. So I'm gonna go in and just kind of manipulate all of it. I could probably and should probably build this up in more layers so that I can kind of like have foreground, midground, background throughout this. That would be brilliant, and I should start doing that right now. That's about it. I'm gonna start doing that. Because I am kind of like realizing like, oh, if I did these as different layers, I could control this a lot better. I want there to be this kind of like glowy air and atmosphere. So the best way to kind of convey that is through actual kind of like lighting the kind of like a mist in the air. So a good way to kind of like really convey that feeling is stuff in the backdrop having their shadows kind of blown out by the light glow. So the further back something is, the lighter it kind of becomes. At least all the shadows and definition kind of get kind of like lost and glow. And so just kind of like that most recent kind of pass right there, that kind of created a little bit of that atmosphere. You know, it's the same thing like when you're looking at a mountain landscape far off in the distance. If you really kind of take a look at it, you'll notice that like all you're seeing is kind of more lighter kind of values. Basically, any of the shadows get kind of like lost due to basically just light bleeding through the actual atmosphere. Like there is oxygen and water vapor and stuff like that that is actually kind of like causing light to kind of like deflect a little bit. And the further away something is, the more atmosphere exists between you and the subject. So if you were inside of a vacuum, there is no atmosphere, and you were to look out at that same mountain landscape, I believe that it would actually show you all the kind of like the shadows, or like the light would be more kind of clear. Effectively, there'd be more clarity. You'd be able to see where the light is light and where the shadows have no light bouncing back to you. But because there is atmosphere, you actually get kind of a lot of interference. So yeah, basically, the faster stuff in the backdrop kind of like fade to light, if you will, the thicker the mist in the air is. Effectively, that's how your brain is going to interpret this, anyways. I don't know if it's totally accurate by any means, but like that's a good kind of like simple rule for kind of like thinking about this stuff. So there you go. Yeah, mist canisters. No mist canisters. I'm fulfilling the misting for you, just to kind of like create this atmosphere that I want it to have. Don't worry about that. We're not bringing that mechanic in. We've been there. We've done that. Yeah. So that's kind of just the concept that I'm thinking when I'm working on this right now, is just kind of like, okay, if I want to really kind of have this like air of just kind of like thick kind of atmosphere, and it's a little bit mystical and magical, maybe that's a good kind of note to use, is just kind of have this kind of glow where things fall off, where it's very kind of, there's just thick atmosphere, I guess. So if I do a layer on top, which I should have done before, now I can kind of like come in and kind of have things, I don't want that to be so saturated. Have these kind of leaves be over top, and there's kind of like a clear distinction of kind of what's close and what's far. Maybe I want a little bit of angled jitter. So let's give it like some randomness. I don't want it per brush stroke though, so how do I change that? Let's see, let's go into the settings, and here's our subtool kind of like controls. And this is where you can get like really into the weeds with how brush mechanics work, and it's quite in depth. So we do not use a spray effect for this one. This one is stroke with some gap, continuous spraying, yep. Correct velocity, that's fine. I don't care about the corrected velocity so much, but it's there and that's fine. All right. Texture is very important here. Scale ratio. We are not using a dual brush. What I want is here, the brush tip. So hardness of the brush makes sense. Thickness is kind of like how squashed it is, and I actually have that at a 38% of, like if I had that 100, it would be just a circular kind of brush, but I have it squished down by that much. Now the angle, I do want it to be random, but is there a way to make it so that it's only per placement of brush down? I don't know how I would call that. What words escape. Density, yep. Adjust brush density by gap. What does that do? Didn't see anything. Spray effect. No, I don't want that. Don't believe I want any of that. Continuous spraying, I don't think is what I would want. Yeah, that just kind of like, if I hold it in place, it'll just keep going. Maybe not correct velocity. Let's see what happens, because my theory is if I set this to have it be like 100% random, it's just gonna like spin around. There's no rhyme or reason, which defeats kind of like how I like to use this brush. Right? Yeah, it's all over the place. I want it to only change every time I place the brush down, though. Like if I lift it up and then I place it down, now it's a new angle. If I lift it up, place it down, it's a new angle. Yeah. Right now it's just constantly. So this is how it has worked, and I like it working that way. But I want it to like randomize every time I lift it. I don't know if that's actually an option yet. Direction of pen, that like doesn't do anything. I would expect that to do something. Pen tilt as well, like I'm swiveling my pen around, and I know it can register that stuff, so it's kind of odd that it doesn't do anything. Direction of line. Oh, that is doing... Okay, you know what? I could probably use direction of line and then have this. Yeah, there we go. So at least with this, it's literally like if I am kind of painting in a specific direction, it now just follows that. That's a little bit easier to control. A little bit of waiver to that. Nah, I don't want that. I want to have more fine control. No randomness with that. So direction line kind of gives me what I want. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay. That's at least an okay way to handle this brush. So I can set it that way, and then if I swap it, it does the opposite. That's cool. Okay. I might actually save this as a new type of brush, though. Yeah. Let's see. How do I add, instead of overwriting, how do I add this as a new brush? I don't know, maybe I just overwrite it. I can change it back. Save all settings. Okay, so now I literally can kind of just, actually I'm gonna switch it to that direction and then save all settings. Okay. But now I can kind of just indicate exactly, instead of having to go in and like boop, 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 constantly hit those buttons to kind of like change the angle. Sorry, I'm not sure if any of that made any sense to anybody, but I customized a brush to work differently, and I think it'll be useful for how I like to work. Oh, wrong brush. All right, I should probably have the book up just to kind of like have that as a element, so I know kind of like the balance of values and where to draw attention. And here I am like, I should do a foreground and a background, and I'm just not using that. You know what? I don't know if I like it being guided by me quite as much as I thought I might, because I kind of like it being a little more like really defined as like this angle, and then just, yeah. I don't know, that feels more leaf-like anyways, a little more kind of possible to give it that angle. Sorry, I'm getting to that point where I'm like just kind of talking to myself more than everybody else here. So I hope you're okay with that. I don't think it's going to get any better. We are going to go on our break at 1, and it is currently 12:20. So that's a thing, I suppose, that I wanted to put out there. Ideas. Yeah, I'm not even caring about what layer I'm working on. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, what if there's just like beams of light kind of cascading in, you know? Like that could be quite lovely, like that kind of feeling. I think I would want to be more warm. I don't know. I think I can get a little bit of that glow going, but like not overwhelmingly. Have this kind of overlapping it. Yeah, see, being able to like have there be this really good consistency of kind of like those angles is really useful for doing kind of like a foliage feel. Whereas when I had kind of like a little more direct control over the angle, it kind of didn't feel like I could achieve that same kind of feeling. Um, we'll also want to get like little splashes of different colors in here. Like a little pop of red or orange could actually be like really interesting if there's kind of like a little budding flower somewhere, or something like that. You know. So I want to kind of like create this almost glow, little gap. Let's get like a little more saturated color there too. Yeah, I want it to have like a fairy tale kind of magic quality to it. I feel like that would be nice. Get a little bit of kind of orange down in the deep shadows here, where the light is kind of just bouncing around in the mist kind of feeling. I don't want it to feel swampy though. But it just kind of has a little bit of visual kind of curiosity with those colors maybe. I think with it being so murky and dark in here, that kind of like can risk that kind of swampy feeling. So maybe I don't want it to be kind of like a kind of brownish, but instead the opposite even. Let's see what happens if I use like a purple. Color kind of brush here. That feels a little bit more unnatural, which is kind of interesting. Maybe I need to do this on a new layer though. Got a color layer. Just kind of bring in this purple here and then pull it back quite a bit. Maybe if there's enough kind of little interesting spikes of color to go along with that, that could work. No, it's kind of interesting, but maybe not quite right. Make the banner for the Hunter's Journal a little torn bit. Never had that kind of thing. The original Hunter's Journal theme does have like ripped corners and stuff like that, doesn't it? I'm thinking like I kind of almost want to like explore this kind of lush, wet jungle quality to it, but I'm like, that's not the tone I want. But like looking at what is happening kind of makes me think of that for a moment. So it's kind of interesting. Not my goal though. Let's see. Maybe this color should go back here, because this is a normal layer that's easier to work on. I think what I need to do is get some highlights hitting these leaves is actually what's really missing. To kind of like have it be less about how the shadows are happening in this area and more about kind of like how some of the foliage has kind of like light hitting them more directly. Let's try the directional line again. I feel like in some cases it will be more useful. So I'm gonna bring that back, try that out again. Might have dismissed it a little early. Especially if I'm doing kind of like some longer kind of like leaves, like blades of grass kind of feeling. Yeah. Don't think I want to be such extreme shadows on that. It should be more kind of deeper green. Maybe a little more silhouetted shadow here. It's interesting. I don't do a ton of kind of like plants, like rendering of plants and an atmosphere and stuff like that. So it's like something that I'm very excited to be working on and kind of like experimenting with. But it's also one of those things where it's like, why am I being so silly by not kind of like having some kind of reference material to kind of like work towards, to kind of just like be like, yeah, this is the feeling I want it to have. So I'm going to have something to actually look at to kind of like inspire me. So I should probably take a moment to kind of like discover some of that kind of work. I don't know, like, so the more it kind of has these shadows at the corners, the kind of like more interestingly, kind of like deeper we feel like we're getting inside this place, and it almost has a creepy vibe to it, which is actually kind of interesting. I don't know if that's the direction we want, but like uh, wooded glade. Let's take a look at what images we get with that. Yeah, like wooded glade is kind of like got some of the right qualities to it. Like, yeah, okay, not a bad search term. I think having some actual like forest representation, like I like that it's all like there's a lot of like foliage, but like I feel like it doesn't feel like a forest. It feels like I'm hidden inside of a bush right now. And I don't think that's what I want. I think I want it to feel like it's more open forest around you. So I might need to kind of like really dramatically change some of the direction here. Um, so I kind of like the like visible kind of like trees in some of these, where they're kind of like the darkest point and the leaves glow behind them. So let's, just for the sake of it, get rid of everything we've done, basically. No, don't do it. I don't want to get rid of everything we've done. But I do want to just kind of like step back from a lot of it and just kind of see if there is a little quality that we can kind of bring in. So if I go to more of a desaturated, closer to kind of yellow color, we're going to get more of a kind of tree trunk kind of feel to it, right? And I think that that's what I've been missing the most out of this, is this kind of feeling of it's a forest and not just kind of like this small kind of bushy glade where you're I think the darker value there is what we needed. Okay. So I do think that the forest feel is useful here. And I like the idea of it fading out very easily here. Let's lighten that even further. Yeah. Maybe not even there. See, like that feels like we're in a forest suddenly, right? No, this is not a map banner. This is going to be part of a HUD, part of the gameplay heads-up display for a brand new area that we're working on. It is a permanent area coming to MouseHunt in time, but it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a lot going on with it, so it's going to take a while to develop it, and this is one of the first parts of it you get to kind of witness. So I hope it's exciting and interesting. Yeah, I think that this helps open up that space. Like now I feel like I'm not claustrophobic anymore. It just felt like the bushes were like trying to kind of like get in my hair and like grab me, you know. This feels a little more kind of like hidden in a deep forest, not like hidden inside of a thornberry bush or something like that. So that I think it's better. Okay. Such a quick little tweak, and already that kind of really changes the perspective of it. So like before, like yeah, there's some really pretty foliage, and like I don't know, it is really secreted away and hidden feeling. So some of this is good. I think I just need to pull it somewhere in between even. So maybe if, let's see if I just try this, right? Like I think I just need a little bit of branch or tree trunk to kind of like come through, and then I think that tells me it's a forest, right? So if I pull that back, cool. Yeah, that's somewhere in between. We're getting closer. Feeling better about that. I think I want that tree trunk there. But I like how faded out this trunk is. So I think I want to kind of really fade out more of them. And I'm just going to work on a layer on top. Okay, that's more what I need it to be. And I think I'm just gonna neutralize a bit of this the saturation in that light just a bit more. I need to be quite so bright back there, maybe. I don't know, maybe I do want that. Depends on how I handle the book, to be honest, right? Like, the book is going to be the thing that pops out at you on top of this. And so having that be lit nicely behind and then being kind of like a good contrast in front, easy to do with what we've kind of like set ourselves up with. Random question. The news post says the Lucky Mouse will start on Tuesday, March 16th, but the 16th is Wednesday. Do you know which is correct? I would presume that it's the Tuesday, because just in general we tend to do pushes on Tuesdays. Uh, but I suppose it might happen on the Wednesday if it's noted as the 16th. I personally I cannot confirm what the case is. So good question though. That's just on us for giving poor information where it's a contradiction. All right. As big as the floating islands? No. I don't see this release being quite that huge. However, the design behind it is something that can be expansive on purpose, so that it's easier for us to kind of like bring this out sooner. Because the floating islands was like a monumental effort to kind of like generate, but it did have expansive capabilities where we were able to kind of like introduce the Sky Palace afterwards, right? That's pretty rad. However, with this one, I believe the case will be that it will be small enough that we can produce it in a much shorter sprint. Um, and then it's even more open to expanding upon for like future potential. No guarantee or anything that it's like, oh yeah, yeah, like we're gonna keep adding more behind this. It can depend on how much the players like this kind of like gameplay and direction and all that. But that certainly is the concept behind kind of like this design. So I would imagine that's definitely a possibility. But no, it's not going to be as huge as the floating islands. But that also means you'll get it, hopefully sooner, and um, it might have kind of like more capacity to kind of be expanded on more rapidly. I can't guarantee it, but also we have expanded our team and capabilities so that we have more kind of like things we can do at the same time, which is amazing. Like we have people now really working on early game stuff. We have um, developers working on 4.0 engine, which is massive. That's going to change our potential in such incredible ways. Of course, that's a huge, huge, huge task. That's why it's something we've been talking about for years, but never been able to kind of like realize as a thing because it takes so much commitment that would take away from us being able to produce content. However, because we've built up our capabilities and skill sets, we're now finally able to kind of like do that work and have people dedicated to kind of like, no, let's like rebuild the engine so that we can do the things we've wanted to for so long. Like, we've talked about tournaments, we've talked about kind of um, like the hunt kind of like what is that called? The hunt meter thingy with like the luck indicator and the mouse pool. Like, there's so many things that were like, this thing sucks. It's bad. It's like it could be so much better, and you guys share your thoughts on how it could be better, and we totally agree. We're like, yeah, that would be amazing. But like to actually build that stuff, it's like we didn't have kind of like the capacity to kind of generate something like the floating islands and fix the quality of life stuff that would really be awesome to do. Um, and so yeah, we're finally kind of like actually at the point where we have that potential, and so yeah, that's what we're doing. Hence why it's kind of like, okay, like we have the art team kind of like really dedicated to doing a lot of the work on kind of like building these HUDs and workshopping with kind of smaller groups. Meanwhile, other people are like off doing completely different things, and kind of like we get together and like really do better at kind of sharing where things are, so we're all connected and understanding what's going on. And the fact that we're able to actually like fix the early game shops and stuff like that is just like it's a thing. It's a thing that's being figured out. You guys, it's just beautiful. I'm so excited for that. You have no idea. Like it's been a thorn embedded in me for years, and it's something that's like I wish that I had the space to do that myself, but like I'm not the right person for that, period. And we finally have people doing that now. It's so exciting. I'm so thrilled. So thrilled for that potential. I grabbed a brush that would be perfect for this. It is called the Dappled Light brush. Let's do that. Let's dapple some light. Blup, 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 blup. Not that. Oh, that is interesting though. Okay. So I want to do this on a different layer. I'm going to hide the book. Do this on a different layer. Let's try add glow. Yeah, we use a more warm color and then, ooh, it's neat. Ooh. It's interesting how it kind of eats away at itself. It's like a overexposed film, like being eaten by acetone or something. I don't know. That's kind of cool though. It's very misty in here. Not what I want, but very cool. Very cool brush potential. Let's bring it back. Maybe if the, yeah, so depending on the brush size, we end up with different kind of like dapples. So let's erase what we got there. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That's what's happening. Okay. Don't mean to be there. I want to be on this layer. I want to glow here. Add glow. There we go. Let's use a smaller brush. I think that's a bit extreme. Like that feels like acid wash or something. Not quite right. Not quite right. Is it maybe... Oh, one of the things that Clip Studio does that I wish it did like Photoshop was you being able to just kind of like hit the arrow up and down to like change the layer mode. And then also they're like randomly grouped. Maybe it's not random, but like it feels like they're not kind of like connected in this list. Just feel more haphazard. So add glow is probably the strongest to what I want it to do. But I'm thinking I don't even need to go in this direction. Glow dodge maybe. Color dodge, that's a classic for me. But the glow dodge actually works closer to how I expect it to. Yeah, so add glow is kind of like the closest to what I want that brush to do for me, but it's not going to, I don't think. Well, maybe if I use it as an eraser, though. See, that's good. I'm okay with that. And then, of course, the book is going to cover all of it anyways, so it doesn't matter. Which country has the most MouseHunt players? Yes, Jonathan, you're very close. I think Singapore is like one of the highest for sure. US definitely. Europe in general has a lot as well. I don't think Canada is in the top 3 technically. I think, yeah, I'm not sure. It's been a while, and like I know that we have someone who's kind of like correlating this kind of data and like really figuring it out and kind of understanding this for us and helping us kind of learn this stuff. But yeah, we've always known Singapore is kind of like where an incredible portion of our community is, and so I think that is still the case. But I'd have to check in. But yeah, it's somewhere like that for sure. Definitely a lot of North Americans um, and Europeans as well. Like honestly, it's impressively all around the world, which is very cool. Okie dokie. I'm gonna leave that, I think. Eh. Nah, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. This. Maybe I will have this, but like knocked down. And then maybe I'm just gonna merge layers again. I think I'm getting to the point where I'm like needing to kind of simplify it for how I want to work on it. I can start to kind of get in and get a little bit gritty with detail. Because you know how I like to do that. What we should do is take a quick look at kind of the prospect of what mobile looks like. Just to see if we need to kind of like purposefully make sure any of the shapes are in the right places. Hello, thank you. Yum yum. Got some good old Canadian Tims. Yeah, now I'm kind of going in with my kind of personal favorite brush, which is the most basic brush ever, just the round brush. But now I can kind of go in and just manage all the kind of little shapes I want. And this is how I like to render, really, is just kind of controlling every pixel. It's one thing to kind of like have cool brushes that just can generate, like, look at all the cool leaves going on. Like, that's neat. I would not have made them like that, and it was fast. But it's like a jumping off point for me. You know, it's where I'm gonna kind of work off of and kind of use that potential. Just kind of build off of it. I think I want that to go even darker right here, just because I want the pedestal to have a little bit more glow to it. I don't know if I like that change. I want it to feel like weeds or something like that, you know. There's definitely some really good kind of stuff here that I am covering up. So I need to like bring that out to the outer edges perhaps. But let's take a quick look at the mobile slice. Not that one. And so we do have a hint of like some tree here. I do think that there is a chance that this is going to be even zoomed out a little bit more to kind of like make sure that pedestal reads more. Maybe even for mobile, I'll make the book larger to kind of fit that space. So I could see there being a completely kind of like alternate illustration for it. But yeah. Also, maybe I do want more glow behind the book, and then the actual kind of like book itself is a little bit more in shade in front. So what we could try is just kind of like the concept of it being kind of like not the brightest thing, you know, and then like when you go and kind of interact with it, I suppose that's fair to expect that's a thing you can do. It kind of like comes up and is lit better, because right now this is just kind of like a scene for it. No, maybe it doesn't feel as magical and exciting if it's kind of muted down. Yeah, like it feels like it could still have some nice lighting on it, even if it's like backlit. You know, it would feel nicer to kind of like have it feel like the face of it has light kind of cascading onto it. For sure. The actual pages themselves will kind of like have more of this saturated glow between the pages as like the light kind of bounces between them and scatters a bit. You know, something like that. But maybe the binding, the actual kind of like form of the book itself is like this kind of more matte and richer, deeper color to kind of like make that pop even more. Sorry, feather. That's probably too saturated. But like this kind of like heavy canvasy tone kind of quality might be nice. Something like that. It's just not. I'm gonna try and get rid of any of the kind of like sketch lines that kind of impede the read of this. So these, as the shadows kind of come into each other, they're gonna be like bouncing light between them, and it's gonna kind of just saturate those pages a bit more. And then like right deep down in the crease of it, we can get like this occluded kind of shadow down in there. I'll actually really saturate that because that'll look maybe a little nicer. There, something like that, and then we'll just kind of lighten that up even at the top. What? What? What are you doing? Oh yeah, just my ear and cheek. Yeah, my neck. This is what people are here for, right? Yeah, yeah. It's good. It's good. This is good. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Jonathan, that's a great idea. Yeah, having light emanating from the pages themselves is such a good idea. I should do that. Thank you for the input. We'll do that. I actually want to try that. Even if it's not the direction we ultimately go, I think that could be a nice experiment. I don't know if it'll be quite right for it to do that, but Um, I'm like not intending to be working on the book just yet, but I feel like, you know, understanding how that's going to look will help inform the rest of the piece. Like this is something that is really important to do, is kind of like work the whole thing up at the same time, so that, you know, like without the book, this looks, sorry, without the book, this looks very different, right? As soon as you throw the book in there, it changes the whole thing. Um, it completely looks different now. Now, part of that is just how incredibly saturated and strong the binding is for this book. I'm gonna tweak that, clean up the shapes. This should be, you know, probably tall enough here, and then like this was a sketch that I'm working off of, right? So I gotta respect that that's the case. Yeah, we'll come back to that. I don't think that the binding should be as dark as it is now that I'm kind of like stepping back and looking at it. Like that's super deep and dark. I think at most, it's also time for lunch, so I need to do that, but lighten it up, maybe closer to that. That didn't work. It's supposed to be a luminosity brush, not the main brush. Whoops. All right, well, we'll get like some bounce light from the pedestal as well. Like overall, I need to lighten this up significantly. Yeah, more like that easily. Even so, I think it's too saturated for this scene. All right, saving, and we're gonna go on lunch. So I'll be back in an hour or less. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. We're gonna keep going. Obviously, there's still tons to kind of render out with this, so expect plenty more on this stream. This is still kind of just like sketch version of the book. Backdrop is still rough, I would say. Like there's still tons to kind of just understand about where I want it to go. It's kind of a push and pull thing, but I think next step is getting that pillar kind of a little closer to what we think would be good for it, and then just kind of, you know, balancing everything, and then refining. Like I was kind of starting to refine the foliage, and I think it was too early to kind of like actually know what it needed to become, because obviously I need to balance it with the book, with the pillar. So definitely pillar is far behind. That needs to be figured out next. And then even the book, kind of like taking it closer to its end goal, add a quill back in, because I think that's an element that will also matter. Yeah, cool. And then we can like really kind of polish it up. I think it's going fairly well, considering this isn't kind of like my forte necessarily, doing kind of like this foliage scene, but it's a lot of fun and very interesting experiments. So I'll be back at 2, and I'll put up a timer so you know when I'm coming back. And until then, have a good little break as well. All right, I'll see you in 55 minutes. Till then. hello, 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 and welcome back. Welcome back from lunch. All right, so we're gonna keep it going on this today. I'm gonna switch to my headset audio because I'm probably gonna be listening to tunes and mostly silent. I'm gonna test out to see if my push to talk works though. Let me. Hello. Okay. Oh yeah, that does work. All right, push to talk works with my headset. That means that I can just kind of like listen to tunes. Alex does their own stream at 2 o'clock on Fridays, so I try to kind of make it a space that we can both stream. Um, that makes it easier if I just kind of have it where I can just kind of click a button and kind of like respond to the chat and also focus on kind of getting the art done. Um, yeah, so Abir asked about if I'm going to be adding some vines to the pillar. I believe, yeah, that's probably something I'm going to attempt, maybe like moss or vines or, something like that. I want it to feel like it's been in this environment for a very long time and perhaps kind of started to overgrow onto it. I think that'd be pretty nice. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that you were able to find it. I I I didn't have like a link to share it, but boy, it's very handy. Do you know how to kind of set it up for Clip Studio, or I suppose other software could use it in the same manner? Um, but I suppose if you found it on Reddit, there's probably a guide for it. But yeah, it's really quite nice to have. I'd realized that that was something that I could do, but I could never manage to find the proper profile for it. Like I went through all the ones that came with Clip Studio, tried them all, tried like messing with the values and levels and stuff, could never get anything even close. And then I even tried to like extract the dot 20 gain from Photoshop or like build a kind of monitor calibrated profile for it that I could then bring in. But none of them were good enough. They didn't even come as close to the layer system I had before. But thankfully, I just kind of happened upon kind of like finding someone had created that profile, and I was just like, this is exactly what I wanted. So uh, it's fantastic, and I'm glad that you're able to use it too. Yeah, yeah. Basically, it's all you need to do is go into where uh, Clip Studio is on your computer. Going into like the folders in there, there's like settings and stuff within. Eventually, you kind of find one that's like the ICC profiles, and you just drop it in there with the rest of them. You can probably do like a search for .icc within it, and you'll be able to kind of know where to put it, and then you just restart Clip Studio, and then when you go to view, oh, I can't like push to talk in this at the same time. There we go. You go view color profile, and it'll you can kind of like choose it from here. So here I have sRGB, S gray. I actually got two of them. The other one that is good as well that I found was one that someone shared on Twitter, and that's how I ended up finding it actually. It was color test. Like they named it very specifically to be like, this is the thing you use to color. Yeah, grayscale value check right here. Basically the exact same kind of thing. It might even be just a renamed version of this. Um, but also setting it to save on canvas instead of configure only in this view, because what happens if you have it set to configure only in this view, when you like close the program or restart it, you have to kind of like go back in and set this profile. Whereas if you save it on the canvas, now you can just literally set up a hotkey for it. I have mine as Alt Y, but you can just
just hit that hotkey instead of having to kind of like re-enable it every time. So save on canvas, it lets you do that. And you can have multiple windows open and they each can have their own kind of color profile going, which is pretty great. Or maybe just one, but you can have it inactive on one, active on another. It's how I used to set up my Photoshop files. I'd have kind of like the main kind of workspace on the tablet, and then on my kind of main monitor, I would have the grayscale view and an at size color view. So I can kind of like glance over, see it all at the same time. I might even set that up right now because it's a good way to work and I haven't done that for a while. Yeah, so it does act independently, so you can have it set up on one and not the other. So I have it on grayscale on my main monitor and color here, so that's quite handy. Sweet. Okay, so time to get back to art. So where I left off, I think that the next thing I really needed to tackle was the actual pillar that the book is on top of. I might tweak the book shortly, but I think the pillar is kind of like the main thing that is holding back the direction of the piece. So I'll just keep pushing that. I'm thinking of shrinking it down even, um, because when I look at kind of the potential for the mobile view, the dimensions here, you kind of maybe lose the aspect of what's going on with the pillar. As well, if I kind of zoom out and look at kind of the grayscale of this, it the edge of the back of the pillar isn't kind of revealed as easily. Like the book stands out nicely. Um, we're gonna have kind of like below all of this interface elements, stuff like that. There'll obviously be like more text and buttons and stuff in here, kind of like standing on top of stuff. But I think as a whole, this can read a bit better. I think I can get rid of this subtool here now. But yeah, so the back ledge here, see how like if you kind of like squint, it just disappears. It's all kind of like this light gray. It makes the book kind of pop out nicely, like it stands out. But yeah, I think ultimately that's going to be something we want just a little bit more clarity on, especially when it's kind of zoomed in, so you don't get that full picture. But I might try and grapple with how mobile, kind of like how much is visible with mobile. One of the things I'm also probably going to do is kind of like illustrate a bit beyond the given frame. Um, this will allow me to kind of have a little more breathing room for when I kind of like size things for mobile. I might decide we need to give it more verticality, and it would open up for that. Or let's say we had kind of like some marketing stuff we wanted to put together, like a cool little kind of like, for the news post, kind of use a nice slice of this. It gives us a little more room to kind of like grab a pretty slice from, right? Um, so, filling in up here, maybe giving it a little more height and down here as well. Um, and it wouldn't take much to kind of just block that in. But obviously, kind of like working from the base of this is kind of like the visible range, balancing it against the frame, um, is kind of important. And then, of course, kind of like the consideration of how mobile will look. I'm not thrilled with this yet. I think there needs to be more kind of like behind the book to kind of like seat it in this forest. The kind of visible branches and tree on the right is kind of like a start for that though. So I think it's in the right direction. I just need to balance it on the left. Also, I don't know if I'm going to have a Larry link today. Seems uh, Dave is in a meeting. Franco, I think, is off today, and I believe Michelle's internet is having issues and such. So um, I apologize if we don't end up having a Larry link today. All right, but um, let's see. So pillar, I'm thinking we kind of like take a look from the browser view and we try and pull in, cut in kind of like the edges a little, kind of carving it in. I want to try and give it some form as well, like it's a carved, kind of sculpted platform. Um, hmm. One of the other things I think is important to take into account is there is kind of like a potential button overlay that goes right around here. So maybe just kind of blocking that in real quick to kind of have an idea of kind of like what space that is going to take and how that can interfere with stuff. Okay, now that's not necessarily like dimensions or colors of the button. That'll be designed kind of like to overlay with what I have, and I'll be working on this early next week to kind of like integrate it well. But just the concept that this might cover up something here, so kind of like expecting this as something. Like there's also the idea that there's very likely kind of going to be potentially an overlay here, and maybe even a little bit of stuff that can show up here. So it's kind of like stuff that I'll want to keep a consideration of for sure. Ultimately, like how does this change if I cover these elements? You know. And that's like another important reason why I can't kind of like be like, oh, this is like how this is going to work and all these details. This is the stage in design where a lot can kind of like um, be molded. Like most of it's kind of like understood, and the loops work and make sense. It's just kind of like how do we present these bits of data? And obviously, you don't want to over polish something that you know isn't kind of like going to be used and you have to backpedal, but like illustrating the backdrop is fine because we know that this is exactly kind of like used, how, why, and kind of like those elements about it are pretty rock solid. So like illustrating this backdrop totally works. Some of it might get covered up, but that's okay because we can also repurpose things like the idea of kind of like illustrating behind here to kind of like use this for news posts and kind of like Google Ads or whatever, right? Like we can use that. Um, same with kind of like kind of shaping it for mobile. It'll give more potential to do that. But like the shapes of overlays, how those buttons kind of like lay out could change because that's not totally designed, just like I'm still designing kind of like how this looks. Um, uh, so, just kind of like an example of like this uh, obscured, like that just gives me an impression of what could happen. But this is stuff I know to explore. I'm just not going to do it on stream, unfortunately, because that reveals more than I want to, I suppose. Like, what are these things? What do they do? Not yet. We'll get there, but not yet. Is my voice like very different because I'm on headset? Is it a little more gravitas? A little more ASMR? So we're gonna paint some pretty little trees here. Happy little trees. Yeah. Give spoilers. Give the leaks. The gameplay, please. I think soon. Soon we'll be talking more about it. Like, the past like week, I was in a lot of meetings because part of it was kind of like doing a lot of playtesting and kind of giving feedback and discussing kind of like how we can kind of like punch up some feedback here and kind of like make sure the flow works better there. So it's been some gameplay stuff. Also, this is kind of like potentially leak territory, but I've been kind of like having some interesting conversations around like lore and kind of like what kind of stuff we might want to explore in terms of kind of like bringing more of that potential to the project because I know that we all love that aspect of the game and I know that a lot of players are interested in having more of that and we all think that there's more we could be doing and I know that for a fact like what I've wanted to do has fallen extremely short of what I've actually kind of like gotten in and I don't have the bandwidth to do that myself so I've been kind of like having conversations with people about like what can we do and how and so that's about all I'll say on that. It's very interesting though, and someone put together kind of like they basically went through like basically the entirety of the project's kind of written stuff, like all the mouse descriptions, all the area descriptions, all of Plankrun's pages, just basically trying to piece it all together and like compile it. And I've never seen that done, and it's very impressive to kind of like look at that as a whole and like get to kind of like read about stuff that we were kind of like designing over a decade ago and like some of the intentions and ideas behind it that like we're like, oh yeah, I wanted to like explore more of this, and we never went there yet. This is very exciting stuff. So um, there's some. I wouldn't say spoilers because it doesn't mean we're kind of like committing to any kind of prospect on that, but like uh, I want people to know that we're thinking about it and like that's something that we like the potential of. So who knows? Who knows? Um, the gameplay for this area is like solidified but not balanced, and there are elements that kind of like need that tune up. Like it's playable internally, but like the balance isn't completed. Of course, it's like when we play test it, we're like, well, obviously it's like not like ready for public testing or anything like that, but like it's playable. The loops exist. There are some elements that like do need stronger feedback or kind of like oh it needs a little extra element of a feature here and layer, but like we're figuring that out. And it's an iterative process is the thing. Like I've talked about this before with the floating islands and how that that like started as like a completely different project to where it ended up, and kind of had like four different prototypes and a lot of back and forth, and like each time it kind of like transformed. This one kind of like started at a very kind of like simple point and then got cleaned up a bit, but like ultimately it's kind of like not had to evolve significantly, so it's like further along in that regard, closer to kind of like what it will be, I believe. And it's interesting. It's very kind of like MouseHunt kind of qualities, but it's also like really exploring some very fun themes. And I'm excited about the potential it has. And I'm excited to kind of keep digging into it and helping to kind of like find, every way we can to kind of like push it further, and like make it, a really exciting kind of like area that has like tons of really cool feedback and moments and stuff like that. And I think we're getting there. Um, but also it's just like the 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 style of art that's going to be in this. Just I'm so excited for it. It's like really cool. Going to be a lot of fun characters. So look forward to that. That's all I'll say. Um, I should probably be making art though. All right, so I'll have this on standby. It's just kind of like, maybe I'll even knock that down just to kind of like give this ghostly impression of like this might be blocked. Keep in mind like this area could be claimed. Um, and so this is platform stuff. I'm just gonna mash that down together. And I'm just gonna work on it as one layer for now. So I'm feeling like there could be a lot of like good bounce light in this kind of glade. Um, what might work is, I'm even thinking of kind of like knocking back some of the really thick brush over on like the left or the right, and kind of almost like giving an impression of like a, a, a like dirt path or something like that. So you kind of, it feels even more open, like there's kind of like an area you can walk around this kind of feeling. And then kind of like this atmosphere in the back just kind of feels like there's just this open potential behind. Um, so that's kind of an interesting kind of angle to go at this with. Also, the top of this, I want to kind of like darken so that it cuts out to be more foreground. So there you go. I'll angle the camera for once so it actually like I'm not just like, hey, look at my neck. Um, yeah. Should probably also look at this in grayscale overall just to kind of like see, because the main thing is breaking the values down. The colors don't really matter all that much. The bots are back. There we go. And then because I've been using the color profile instead of having to use that gray layer, the colors I grab are actually not just gray. They have green in them. They have different color, and so it's just much better. All right, so obviously this is separated out much more significantly from the backdrop now, and I will even kind of like carve that out more distinctly using the layer behind it, I think. Cool. I think that works. Then the book in front definitely has much more clear read. If I like jump to grayscale and the mobile view, I think we'll be able to see the difference there. So yeah, you can definitely distinctly now see that there is kind of more of this platform difference there. You know, like we have a different tone of color. We have kind of like more, um, you know, visual reference of the differences. I think I'm going to kind of flatten the value a lot more across the top of this. And then I almost want to have like a spotlight feeling on the book itself. Stepping back and kind of like thinking of kind of like the lighting and angles of things. I think there is more potential to kind of like almost feel like there is this band of light coming from above the book. And then the back of the glade is just lit because the canopy is more open in that spot. So it kind of creates this feeling of like, yeah, where you are with the book and the pedestal is a little more in the thicket and kind of um, it's more kind of hidden away, and there is more kind of like open potential outside in the various parts of the forest. But it's a forest. There are paths and kind of routes through it. And what you've found is a more secluded, magical place. But it's not like closed in like the bush feeling initially we had, which I think kind of indicating maybe like a path or like kind of ground nearby might kind of open that feeling. But also, if I imply a directional light, that can also kind of like let the viewer realize, like, oh, the background color is lit from the same light source, and that means that the light is kind of like casting down far over there, as opposed to the light coming from that direction specifically and kind of like coming towards us. So, as kind of like subconscious as all that is, I think that would kind of like change the feeling of kind of like the quality of light if I have the light kind of cast down onto the book like a spotlight. And then we can also have nice things like cast shadow, which can just make it more interesting in general to look at. That also mean I get to like light the book a little more intensely and intentionally. But yeah, I think I need to kind of clean up the shapes in general around this. It's just kind of I scribbled over a scribble, so it's not very clean. All right, so maybe you need to color tweak the book quite a bit. It's very garish in the setting, but I just wanted to kind of like play with that, I suppose. I'm gonna mute that down quite a bit, I think, to be honest. Uh, Bring more greens kind of into it, but I think it's a start. But I should be working on the pillar really. Okay, so I kind of tried to give it a little bit of, um, I don't know, like column ribs. I'm wondering if I should just shrink it even more and kind of like raise it up so that it's kind of like more just. I guess what it could look like is something a little closer to. Hey, Charlie. Sit your butt down, Charlie. Come on. Something like this just feels like it's a little more, you can get around it and close to it. Um, yeah, I think maybe something more like that could be good. Although thinking about how the rest of the interface works, maybe it does need to kind of fill the space a bit better. Let's take a look at the mobile. Yeah, so here it's kind of like in the frame almost exactly. And that, I think, would be better for it. Um, Obviously, the edges and stuff I want to make read against the backdrop better than that they do. Um, yeah, I think that's the way to go. Is just kind of like more narrow, more visible. Um, it'll be easier for me to kind of like have moss and ivy and vines and stuff kind of interacting with it, and kind of like have pitted kind of edges and textures and stuff. I think that'll be a good way to do that. Yeah, yeah, thank you. I agree. I think it is a better shape for it. It just will read easier. Um, yep, I think that's the way to go. Like a nice, relatively thin stone slab with kind of like some nice texture across it, and then set on a backdrop that kind of enhances it. I think that'll work. Of course, that means that I'm going to work the background more to fit this, which is great. Um, I think that'll work. Yeah. And also, I think like the book color itself being kind of like in the stone will help too. Um, Not that I needed to shrink it down to do any of that, but I think that this direction works better. Yeah. Oh, actually, what I should do is try out a mirror brush to kind of like get this balanced. So let's try that out. I have my symmetrical ruler. I'm going to bring it down the spine of the book. This will probably help with kind of laying out the book just a little bit. I want things to be asymmetrical enough, but like mostly symmetrical. So to use the mirror brush technique, you have to have like a symmetry rule going. And what's cool is you can actually have multiple angles on the same kind of rule. So you can actually like do like a snowflake, for example, where you have kind of like three axes, and then as you paint on one, it's painting on three at the same time, and on each side of them. So you get like six distinct kind of, but like mirrored strokes, which is really cool that you can do that. Very rare need for that, but mirroring is pretty good. And to kind of make your brush interact with that system, all you need to do is turn on enable snapping. And I actually add the visibility to my brushes, because what adding visibility does is it lets you turn it on and off from this mini tool property panel. So by adding the eyedropper, now it's an option there. Stabilization, don't need that. Turn that off. Yeah, I don't want that at all. Um, Texture density, I can shrink that down. I probably don't even need to have that as an option immediately. Thickness, I don't even mess with too much, but it's good to have just in case I want to make a wider or thinner kind of line brush. But now I have enable snapping as a quick option here, so that's going to be quite nice. So now with it snapped and the mirroring. Can barely see it on the right here. So just let me make sure that the dimension is the same on each side, right? You can very clearly see it was totally not. What's cool is you can just like draw on either side. And even kind of like cross over to the other side. I love that. Now, of course, by doing this, I'm going to have like a totally symmetrical image here. So once I kind of establish it being, the correct proportions, then I can kind of like turn off snapping and then just kind of like tweak it to be kind of like, oh, the lighting's on that side and kind of texture that only exists on this half, and maybe there's a piece chewed off it or something, who knows. All right, I think that's working much better now. You can kind of like zoom out and get a feel for it even, which is important. I think I think that the glow edge isn't going to work in the end. I need to kind of adjust the backdrop to make that pop on top. Wonder if I can just like add the music that I'm listening to without trouble. I mean, it's not like we monetize our YouTube videos anyway, so why not try?
On says, wow, yes, the feel when a work customer's email is like for the love of ducks. And I'm like, dude, okay, listen. Jacob's old email that he used for like professional on his website that like housed his portfolio was jacob at hughesjohnson.com. Yeah, dude. He doesn't have it
Don't know
anymore.
if you can hear that or if it's too loud.
Yeah, you got it reduced. Average Johnson. I see. He's actually streaming right now, so I'm trying to be quiet. Mine was Sean LG60. Wow, Azure just revealed his real name. Sean
Can't
LG60.
hear it? Okay.
Azure, please. Mommy G. It is Sean's. That's what you wrote. Sean looks 69. Only horny people would get.
It's like showing me that audio is playing.
It was subtle. Mm.
Oh, wait. Never mind.
I would not
the audio levels okay? It's much louder than I expected. Skip this one. Because I have like the background lighting, I can like feel okay about dropping the pillar into shadow a bit better. I like that. Like, see how strongly that reads down here. Now I just need to kind of like do that at the edges too. think even with the overlay stuff, that's going to be pretty okay shapes. Definitely feels like some kind of stone slab at least. That works, I guess. I hope it works. Figure I should probably at least test out to see if this makes any sense behind the scenes. I'd say it's acceptable. Kind of have the same lighting on my bottle. Side. I almost wonder if I need to pull the mobile view back just enough so I see more of the outside of the pillar. Okay, I'm back. Figured I'd kind of just have mild audio. Hopefully you like Japanese lo-fi. I should also probably render more than just kind of like the granted space. Just kind of create a bit of bleed to work with. satisfying. Just kind of like just detailing a scene like that, you know. Just adding a little kind of moss and vines and branches. It's nice, especially with like peaceful music. No, we haven't done yet is flip this to take a fresh look at it, so that'll be interesting to do. Hope I'm ready for this. Okay, book needs some work. I expected that. That was just rendering on top of a scribble, which wasn't kind of like balanced. It's interesting seeing with fresh eyes. It's not as bad as it could be. I definitely can see things I want to improve on it already, though, so that's nice. There was someone who was asking about the Lucky Mouse arriving on the Tuesday or the Wednesday. Can confirm it is the Tuesday. So I guess you get to hear the message ping that I do, so if you use Slack, sorry. Alright, let's take a look at this book. Alright, it's not too unbalanced in dimensions at least. No, I didn't end up getting a layer link today. Basically, anyone who can generate those for me is in a meeting, or their internet's down, or they're like away today. So sorry. Just have to ask for 2 from Dave next week. brushes I grab would be pretty good for this. Let's see. The friction one maybe, or gauze maybe. Whoa. Welcome. Thanks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would be something people want to hear, but it's better than me just not saying anything, I think. Just some lo-fi chill music, you know. Well, I don't know if it's royalty free. It's like just YouTube streaming thing, but either way, we don't monetize our videos. Like our Feedback Fridays don't. I don't even know if we make any money on these. We just do them because we like to. So if YouTube is like, how dare you? Like, I don't want to steal people's music and stuff, but I figure if it's like YouTube playlists and stuff, probably okay. Yeah, royalty free, yeah. Yeah, I suppose either work for me. I don't know how many people like will come back and rewatch this for the silent kind of half of the end of the stream. I think at least for the art ones, people will kind of like skip through them just to kind of see it progress over time. So yeah, I wouldn't want to have to deal with any of that. That's fair. Certainly not. Not something I'm interested in kind of having happen. So hopefully I'm doing it okay. I suppose if another stream I don't have music in the last half where I'm like very silent, you might know why. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. How are you doing? it's like a blizzard outside right now. Ooh, good. Yeah. I want it to feel like magical and serene and mysterious, like all at the same time. It's kind of, I don't know. I need to step away from it for a while to kind of like reassess it. So I should probably wrap up soon because I think I've done a fair amount today. Sometimes you can just end up overworking stuff if you go too long in a single sitting, you know? Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Nan. It's honestly tons of fun to just keep detailing it. I'm probably going to keep working it further, even though the art team will be like, it's done, great. I'll be like, no, I'm not done. I want to keep adding scratches and individual leaves. Actually, we should look at the mobile kind of potential there. So I think it feels more like, yeah, okay, I see what's happening. There's like this vine climbing up, so it feels like it's in this nook with wild growth. You can make out the trees in this kind of like glowy mist. We got the leaves encroaching in. I think that captures that feeling. And then the browser version is much more expanded and shows more detail. However, it is probably going to kind of cover up some areas. So, you know, it might be limited what you get, but also there might be moments when these are hidden, or we can use it for kind of other purposes. Ooh, little kind of magical particle effects around the book. I actually wonder if we can do that like programmatically, where effectively like if this is kind of like an element that is I'm gonna mush that down. If this is an element that's like controlled by the developer, just kind of like you can do like, I don't know, a little kind of like I'm special hover, or yeah, the particles just kind of gently coming off of it. Like it's one thing I could do it statically and just kind of like have these little motes of light, which would look pretty good. I might still do that. But if I can just like give them an asset to just kind of be like, have this kind of glow off of it, that could be nice. We'll see what they want to do. We don't want to have like looping static animations that annoy people though, so it'd have to be very subtle and gentle. Floaty with some sparkles. It depends on what we want to do. I think, you know, if we want to make it like super magical, but we'll see. I'm gonna kind of like work with the team, see what they think. Let's see, we're coming up on 5 o'clock. We've been streaming since 11, so might be time to wrap up, because honestly, like at this point, I'm just kind of like fussing over every single little tiny detail, and I probably shouldn't do that until I've kind of stepped back and taken a look again. So I think I'll save that for next week. I think I'll wrap up. Did I actually have this time-lapsing? Hang on. Dagnabbit, I did not. I'm sorry. So unfortunately we can't replay this at this moment. I wish we could, but I suppose you can rewatch this video with it at like many times speed and just kind of scrub through it if you want to rewatch this, I suppose. So sorry. The music is too loud. Oh. realize that I was so quiet compared to my music. Alright, well, I imagine this is probably better now. Maybe lower that a bit. Okay. To reiterate, I'm probably going to wrap up now. Been drawing since 11, so quite a while. I think at this point, yeah, there's just kind of like a lot of fussy details that I'm just getting caught up on. Be good to kind of review it next week. Yeah, exactly. Once I kind of like show it to the team, get feedback on it, kind of like see if it's where it needs to be, and instead of kind of like being blind to all the details and then just focusing on tiny things, I'll be able to like notice details. And honestly, I have like a lot of time left to kind of work on this part of the release, so I'm going to be coming in kind of tweaking it as it's needed, and kind of there's more to it that I'm not working on yet, so I'll have to come in, work that in, figure out how it all works together. So it's not done yet, but I'm pretty happy with what I got for today. Hope you all enjoyed hanging out on the stream with me, and I hope the music thing was good. I don't know. Figured I'd try it. But yeah. Sorry I don't have a Larry link today. You're just going to have to harass Dave next week. Get extra. Tell him that we owe you guys. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed kind of this voyage into a beautiful magical glade, I suppose. I'm excited for you all to kind of get to learn more about what we're creating and see all kinds of cool stuff. We're going to be making a lot of stuff live, I think. So looking forward to that. Now that it's like in motion, we got the ball rolling. This is a HUD element, but I imagine we'll get to start doing mice maybe next time. And that'll be a lot of fun. They're going to be really cool. But yeah, thanks for stopping and hanging out the whole time, whoever is here. Appreciate the company, and thanks for hanging out. I will catch you all later. All right. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe, and until next time. Bye.